go back. We're in recovery, forward at normal speed. As our lives are rearranged, it's not too late. Is there a path of day? Took you too long to say. Trust that I was made this way. It's not a phase, it's not a phase. Don't you tell me that we can never go back. We can never go back. All those things we used to do, dying to get the signal through. Like a second heart attack. After the years of all but falling through the cracks, we can never go. Never go back after the years have all but fallen through the cracks. Don't you tell me we're not waiting around to die. We're going out with a bang this time. We'll carry on. We'll be okay if we cut the throat of complacency. We're not waiting around to die. We're going out with a bang this time. We'll carry on. We'll be okay if we cut the throat of complacency. We're not waiting around to die. We're going out with a bang this time. We'll carry on. We'll be okay if we cut the throat of complacency. Don't ever tell me we can never go. Don't ever tell me we can never go. Don't ever tell me we can never go. Don't you tell me that we can never go back. We can never go back. After the years of all but falling through the cracks, we can still go back.
We can still go back! Hey-oh! What the fuck is up, Denny's in the house. Can you say what's up? Got it going on right now. On right now. Johnny died is here. Acoustics here's where we got Axeluber. Comic book villains too. Paulo, depression of Fnafner. And then we got Joe McInerney. Everybody is here except the people who are not. And fuck those guys. Fuck those guys, they're not here. Fuck those guys, they're not here. They might be here later, so I recant my statement. Don't fuck them, they're cool. If they're just a little late. I know there's a lot to do, like masturbate. We got the Bad Bandito and Elvis 91. I don't know why people are late and then they miss my fucking wonderful song. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. I forgot to fill my water bottle. It's still sitting on my kitchen counter. That sucks. Also, hello, AO dude. Just a little too slow to get in the song. How we all doing? I do need to fill my water. I am gonna go grab the water you guys type things about what's going on in your life and how you're doing today. And then I'll read it when I get back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah. Well, what happened, Paulo says, taking a water bottle to the kitchen to fill it up and leaving it is very ADHD coded, and that's true. But this doesn't make it less so, but I went to fill it up with plenty of time, only to realize that my little water cooler thingy, the little light was blinking and I didn't refill the bottle. So I did that, and then I had to run and start the stream. But it was, I mean, not refilling it is the same, is a symptom of the same thing. AO dude has a boil on his sensitive parts. Well, that sounds bad. George drove all the way to Boston yesterday. Can't believe how much parking costs at Mass General. I was in Boston last week. Last week. Which is why I didn't stream, and I forgot to say anything about it, so I'm sorry about that. Like, last week, I think it was like literally Saturday, and I was like, oh no, I did nothing to say. I literally did not, on any level, let anyone know that I was not going to be streaming on Friday. I think I just didn't. I don't think I even said it on the stream. I totally forgot. It's totally crept up on me. So I spent a few days in Boston, and I spent the rest of the time, I was gone for a whole week, and I spent the rest of the time in New Hampshire, and it was like pretty cool. And by pretty cool, I mean it was really fucking hot. Boston was so fucking hot. It might even still be. I don't know. All right. We got one from Joe McEnany. We're going to listen to this entire album before it's out. Aren't we? No complaints from me. That water's not cold. Him. All right. Where did you drive from, George? You say all the way to Boston. From where? I'm basically your producer at this point. You can't say that in writing, because now you're gonna have to give me points on the back end. You fucked up, bro. My lawyer will be in touch. I'm just kidding. I can't afford a lawyer. is silly, but this is bothering me a little bit. No, that's worse. That feels better to me. Greenfield, Mass. I don't know why I asked. I don't know where that is. Why did I think that you lived in, like, Australia? Who lives in Australia? Aside from the kangaroos! Okay. Talon of the Silver Hawk. Back to the black metal / folk thing. No mix or master yet. Lyrics in the other box. Okay, Central. Central Mass. So, Metalcore Central. I was waiting for the bus, the flyaway bus, in New Hampshire, and there was like a dad with a Killswitch shirt on in Nashua, and I was like, cool. Oh, make this up a bit. Sorry, I thought that was like gonna be a more quiet intro. I said, where does everybody else live? I don't need your home address. Just the city. That's cool. Yeah, this is cool. Except when I ruin it. Vermont, Sao Paulo. Ravenous is in the OC. Hence the OC. Quirky. I kind of lost it a little bit. Lost it where the one was. A little bit. Level good? Ooh. Nice chromatic thing. That didn't quite land. Nice. Sounded the acoustic harmony guitars there have a little bit of a like In Flames Horacle. What is that? What song is that? I don't know, something like that. Is it Moonshield? I think that's one of the... It's got the same chords. Or a similar chord progression. I mean... I love that whole era of In Flames because... to me, that's... They wrote the best melodies in melodic death metal. Like, those are real fucking melodies. Like, beautiful fucking soul-crushing melodies. And awesome harmonies. But there's... I think in that song, there's a... That's the one that has the little version where it... Like, in the break, he plays it like it's on acoustic. And then it kind of... And then it does it, like, reverses. It's fucking cool. Anyway, so that invoked that a little bit for me. I think they also have a big reverb on it too, like this. That's why it. Squishy Jelly wants to know what my favorite In Flames album is. It's got to be Horacle. Morphing into Primal. So this, I think I like this a lot because it's got a bunch of cool little melodies in there. I say little melodies, they're big melodies. I also love Clayman. So right here, hold on a second. Wait, was it? Wait, did I miss it? Colony is also great. There's a keyboard thing that leaves us hanging a little bit. I like Jester Race, but not that much. Not as much as you. I think you add a little keyboard. It's violent. And I think land it. That boy Dilly. What's up? You're gonna wanna just read this sentence under my finger. Pull my finger. Just cause like, it kind of hangs over the end of the... I don't know if it's just the, like, decay of the note or, like, the reverb.
or whatever, but like we can still hear it when you get back to the root chord, and it's still hanging out there. Not in a pleasant way, as far as I'm concerned. Jester Script Transfigured was the song I was playing. What is that instrument? What up, Drop? A musician, Reed? That's unheard of. What kind of unicorn are you referring to? Do you think it's supposed to be a flute? I feel like the line that it's playing isn't working that well at points. Now, it's like, you know, it's also like a little hard to hear. Of course, it's, you know, unmixed, like you said. That's not really helping, because I'm kind of like, it just, it doesn't feel right now like it's adding anything harmonically. Dot Boy Dilly, yes, correct. So maybe try tweaking the part to make sure it like lines up. Like that it's strengthening the harmony instead of like making it less clear. Mainly because your harmony throughout this is very strong, like very clearly defined and clean. Like, and like on the, where the guitars and bass and like all the different guitar parts and the bass like working together to tell a very clear story. Like I'm not having any trouble like figuring out what the chords are until you know, until sometimes the other instruments come in and it feels like you're at times sort of ignoring chord tones to the detriment, I think. If I had a feline, more people would watch. You're saying if I brought a cat? If I had an on-camera cat? So, I presume you mean free line, and I do sometimes open up the free line. There is such a thing. But that kind of depends on a number of factors. But 6 on-camera cats. 6 cats! You have 5 cats now. So you've done a good job of like building and developing and like varying the varying the what? Yeah, varying the idea like a little bit every time it happens, and like, you know, as we go, it's like getting more and more intense, and like, you know, until we hit those crazy blast beats right there. So that's good. It felt like we were going somewhere. And we actually went there. Damn, Drop, should we do a wellness check on you? I've been watching a lot of like hoarder house cleaning videos and stuff. And it's like always with the cats. They're always like, yeah, we found a dead cat that the owner thought had run away 4 months ago, but it was literally just in the bathroom. That feels like a flub. I fixed that line. Let's go. You want to give those cats a nice clean house to live in. So if that's in fact a flute, for some reason it works better at that section. I don't know if that's the same line that you had before. For some reason it wasn't super duper working. Nice solo. Yeah, I mean, I was not paying attention to the lyrics in the slightest. I mean, you know, we've talked about this on the several other songs you sent in, just that because of the cave-like quality of the vocal, it makes it a little hard for me to like focus on it. It feels kind of drony and a little like it makes it feel backgroundy in a way. But yeah, you've got that specificity. I think since like basically the first one you sent in that was like incredibly vague, you've done a good job like honing in on the I mean, just including like details that make it so that we know what the song's actually about, right? I like this. Distant voice echoes, rise up. The boy who I was is dead. I'm the last of my slain tribe. I am the talon of the silver hawk. That's kind of sick. And I will exact my revenge. Rescued by the conclave of shadows, I am molded to a creature of death. Training for years, I am wholly prepared for my mission. That's a little... I mean, I didn't hear what that sounded like when you sang it. But that feels a little weird. just to read. But cool, like a lot of cool, compelling things. And like exciting language and concept that's a little bit lost in the cave of wonders. Man, speaking of the Cave of Wonders, how badly do I want to get Frank Welker on a metal album? You know, he's he's like the grittiest voiceover actor of all time, and he does the voice of the Cave of Wonders. Touch only the lamp. And it's like he has this huge like guttural ultra deep voice. He does I think he did a bunch of like those kind of like shitty the cartoons that were made to sell action figures like G.I. Joe and Dino Riders. He does the the main villain on Dino Riders, which if any of you guys have not heard of or probably aren't old enough, the show's a piece of shit, but it's really fucking cool. Like the concept is amazing, and I have no idea why they haven't made a gritty live action reboot of it. But the yeah, he does the voice of the bad guy, and he does so many. The voice of Fred from Scooby-Doo. Is he that also? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, he's 80. Well. What's his name? William Shatner's like putting out or did put out a metal album. Like, oh yeah, he's also Megatron, and Nibbler from Futurama. Dude, he's great. What a fucking crazy. I mean, that's like a, you know, that's a gift. Anyway. Oh, he's Dr. Claw too? That yeah. I mean, that's basically the same voice as the Cave of Wonders and the bad guy from Dino Riders, whose name I can't remember. Yeah, send it, Joe. I don't currently have anything else. His name was Krulos in Dino Riders. Terrible. A few years back, I watched a bunch of I think I watched like a season of Dino Riders just to go back, because like for me it was like really nostalgic, and they were, you know, they would fucking They just shit these shows out to sell toys, which I 100% fell victim to. I had a bunch of Dino Riders toys. They're so sick. But you know, they would just it's like really cheaply animated. The plots were ridiculous. The dialogue was fucking terrible. I would pay such money to see them make that into a fucking sick movie. It would be like Jurassic Park, but the dinosaurs have fucking guns strapped to them. Guns and like lasers and fucking... The problem is that it was a children's television show, and you could probably only really make that movie for adults. But everyone who was a kid watching that movie, or those shows, is now an adult. Anyway. I don't make movies, so I don't fucking know. All right. Joe McEnany, Abyssal. Here's a standalone deathcore one. Needs lows in the Vox still. No mixer master. Oh, there's a master. It's me. I'm your master. I don't think I ever watched Street Sharks, but I remember the toys and stuff. Spooky choir. It's too loud, but effective. What are you using for your choir? Spitfire one. I have yet to find a choir I like more than the Hollywood choir from East West in terms of realism and like the kinds of articulations that I need. Like, it's almost a little too real. Like, sometimes it's too realistic in that, like, there's, like, it's like a little fucky. We got ourselves a dick ripper here. Nice. Nice. Why did it just put my first comment that I left like 40 minutes ago? Why did it just display it? What is going on? Why did that happen? Actually, most of those are just all the first. What? It just like just vomited up a bunch of old comments. Why? What is wrong? What is specifically wrong with you? If you could just real quick. It's weird. Hello, Tony63 Collector and Bone Crusher. I do this every Friday. Currently. Again. And have more or less every Friday for like 5 years. I was gonna say, like, I love Spitfire so much, but I've never really gotten out of their choirs what I've wanted for what I'd like to do. Even their epic choir doesn't really feel that epic to me. I mean, aside from the fact that they're a little bit loud in your unmixed track, I think it works pretty well. Like I don't think you need to change it. Like, I don't think realism is necessarily the move. Anyways, it hits the vibe. Yeah, blast beats are definitely like a very particular taste. I really love them because they tickle my brain. Felt like you landed on like an unresolved. Am I crazy? I mean, not that you have to, you can leave it unresolved for Satan, as they say. But I guess but anyway, it felt unresolved, which is if that's what you were going for, then you did it. I think, okay. I would say largely, like in a broad sense, most of the things that you've sent in, have this, vocally, have like there's a nice smoothness to your phrasing. It never feels very awkward, but there's also like, you're not really creating a lot of phrases that feel important, like that feel that really like stand out as being like, this is like an important concept and thing that you want me to like focus on and come back to. It's a little hard to sort of it's not just the memorability of it. It's also the like, yeah, just the weight of it, of any given thing, making it feel like there's, yeah, an importance to it. Like, I think to me that's a big reason why I gravitate towards like very catchy, memorable phrasing and vocals in music, which obviously isn't everybody's thing, and it doesn't have to be. But it's not just because I'm like, it's catchy, I like it. Gucci gang, Gucci gang. But to me, it's the like, there's sections of the song, usually the verse, that are a little bit more like informational. They move the story. They contain like quote unquote plot. Like, it doesn't have to be like a story like. But, it just has like more in it. And then the chorus, like, will usually just sort of sums it up in a pithy way. Now, it doesn't have to be like that same basic kind of structure exactly. But I want to feel like there are some ideas that you deem so important that you're gonna like really condense them into something that sums it up, and then repeat that, and also make it phrased in such a way that it feels like it matters more than the rest of it. See Adam Sandler's song in The Wedding Singer? Do you mean the all I wanna do is grow old with you? Or was it the bullshit one? It was all just bullshit. Would I say that that's more of a content issue than timing? Well, how do you mean? I mean, it's a little bit of both. Like the phrasing, I mean, I think they're kind of inextricable from each other. Because the words that you write for it are going to, there's like a limited number of ways that you can phrase any given phrase within a rhythm, right? or at least one that's like options that are like going to be good or make sense. Like you've got such cool lines in here. To bottomless perdition there, to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire. Don't burn my penal, bro. Like that's fucking sick. Very sort of Black Dahlia. But like you don't have any real it doesn't really feel like anything in here is like one of these ultra dense, pithy phrases that really sticks with us. I mean, you've got a couple sick moments where you like cleared out a lot of space or maybe dropped everything. I don't exactly remember, for the vocals to do a thing, and like that kind of does the same thing, but then think about what you actually did. You you cleared out a bunch of space in the arrangement to highlight this vocal thing, but like, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that because it worked really well, but I mean, it's kind of guaranteed to work well because it's like, yo, everybody shut the fuck up, listen to my man singer guy, and everybody's like shuts the fuck up, and of course people, then all of a sudden we can hear what you're saying in a way. So now you need to create something that sort of does that without having to carve out a moment, in that sense. I mean, Black Dahlia is like just because this has like a little bit of Black Dahlia flair to it, mostly in the way you've written your lyrics. Like, why is it that I can, so many lyrics of theirs are lodged in my fucking brain? It's not just because the lyrics themselves are fantastic, but because, okay, carbonized in cruciform. Fuck. And others. I'm like, so many of them. There's so many that I can think of. Sorry, I got distracted. What's the hook for? Anyway, my brain just went completely blank. Conspiring with the damned. Death Panorama. Like, so you see how all of those, it's not just that their like songwriting is catchy or that they repeat these lines a lot. Like, to me, Death Panorama is like a fucking perfect 2-word descriptor. Like, the first time I heard that song, my brain painted the whole picture with those 2 words. And the rest of the song is also incredibly great. One of their best riffs by far, and it's so short and to the point. So like the more like dense lyric writing in their songs it doesn't all have that pithiness to it, but it is like it. So it's, you know, they're stretching out more, of course, in the verses, and but even in the choruses, like they're not necessarily all so just these like catchy little short phrases repeated. But that is part of how you give something a lot of weight. You know, like having a short phrase that you repeat a few times rather than a longer phrase that maybe repeats once or doesn't. It makes it feel more important. Not just, repetition legitimizes. But it's, you know, it just indicates to the listener that this is an important idea above the others. So like, you don't want to just like copy them, obviously, or like kind of make it. Yeah, you don't want to find yourself as a clone, but of all the bands that I've ever listened to, I think I've probably studied their lyrics the most. I cover them a lot in my lyrics course, which is called How to Actually Write Lyrics, that you can find at howsongsaremade.com if you're trying to learn. But also just because they're truly great, terrifying stories. And then... but yeah, just studying the way that, like, what it is that he's doing to make things feel the way that they do. Because there's a lot there. It's like learning techniques and like, son of a bitch, what just happened? I have the, I think because I switched the camera, how do I undo? So I'm sure you didn't notice and don't care, but my other camera like wasn't working the other week. Oh, that worked pretty well. I switched to this other camera, and I haven't switched it back yet. So it actually is, like, it says it has, like, an AI mode. I don't think it's real. Like, I did a whole video about these cameras, and they're great. And I had turned that stuff off in the other one because for this kind of a stream, I don't want it to follow me around. But, you know, it has all this tracking stuff. And also, I think I did a hand gesture that made it start. Because you can control it with these hand gestures, which is, like, handy if you need it. For this kind of a stream, I don't need it, and I don't want it, but I didn't... I didn't realize that it was switched on, and I didn't have a preset for the motion. Really, they really are super sick cameras. You know, they're kind of just sick. What are they called? Obsbot cameras. Such a weird name. I kind of feel like they called it that just to cash in on the SEO of people searching OBS, because they know that people are going to use them with OBS, which might be a genius marketing move. I'm not sure. D. Thraco says, I did a review of his Ghost cover a few months back, I remember that, and had some AI video in there with me playing the song parts. Took mine and the audience's feedback and removed all the AI from the video. Smart man. I will continue to point out to people the concept that if your thumbnail or your video or any part of what you are putting out for the visual of your music is AI, I will assume that my view of you is corrupted into thinking that you would also possibly use AI in the music. If I see an AI thumbnail, I assume that the music is also AI. And shit is it's just lame, and it so far has not been like, it just still doesn't look good. Like, I see this shit like on flyers and everything, and I'm like, you can very clearly see that this looks AI and it doesn't look good, and it looks just like all these other flyers. And it's like, you're doing it wrong. You want to stick out, and AI is not helping you do that. Anyway, but is a moving graphic background okay? I mean, like, if it's AI, I wouldn't use it for that reason. I mean, like, what I've got here are just stock images or stock videos and graphics from, if that's what you're referencing. None of it is AI. It's just a looping video from what is the fucking, I think these are so old that I got them off of Story Blocks, which is what I used to use. Now I use fuck is it called? Envato. Yeah, I mean, I use tons of stock video and all the time. I pay good money. Yeah, to me it's just generative AI that fucking sucks. I mean, I don't really like any of the rest of it either for the most part, but you know. All right. Fulfill your purpose. This is Paulo. I want general feedback on the mix. General feedback. I used the free version of Deviant Drums for the snare, and I think it sounds much better, but let me know if it still sucks, LOL. I re-recorded the clean vocals, too. Hey, Trey, I've sent this song already with my guitarist's mix, but I've redone the mix myself. See you later, Joe McEnany, and guten Abend, Hadmud. V Gates. All right, withheld. Oh no. Okay. Quite loud. Still quite loud. Now it's not loud enough. Come on. The slider is actually working considerably better. I did complain about it. Guitars are pretty loud. Yeah, the guitars are kind of overwhelmingly loud, and it's making me feel very critical of the sound of them. The cab sound, but I don't necessarily think that it's bad so much as it's like it's very cutting, which can be really good, but the reason you make it cutting is so that you don't have to crank it up that much. Anyway, the snare does sound worlds better. The bit where he's like tech, like there's like kind of a rolling snare roll as the beat. It felt very flat, like lacking in dynamic. With that kind of thing, like it's really tough to program it right, because those sorts of rolls, like that kind of that kind of thing, like it's very small accents and stuff that will keep it moving in the way that you want, and then to get that past the like smashing it with a compressor, you know, like to have it still be like dynamic, kind of like those are the kinds of drum parts that you want to be really dynamic, because that's what creates the feel. And it was like, I mean, it was almost there, it was getting there, but it's that's really tough. I mean, the guitar tone is a bit In Flames-y. Pretty girthy bass sound. I like that riff. There's a little bit of like a little honkiness to the guitar tone. Might be something that you're boosting or that needs cutting a little bit in it. Once again, might not really matter when you turn it down to a usable level. Yeah, there's, now that I can hear the guitar a bit by itself and that ringing out, there's some kind of weird EQ on it. Sounds like Ministry. Too eccentric. I have never listened to Ministry, I don't think. I had dinner with their old guitar player, Synth, a few months back. He was super cool. I was like, damn, dude. I think he lives around here. I was having dinner with some friends, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna invite Sin," and I was like, "Cool, who's that?" The guitar tone is nicely girthy. It's really fat sounding. I like it, most of it. There's some kind of EQ more on the like high and mid. That's like, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly what it is, because there's something that I hate just using the word weird because that doesn't really. That doesn't give you anything to work with. They're very they're very thick sounding, and that is good. You know, you got to be a little careful that it doesn't take over. You know, once again, hard to tell from this mix, but like it's really I mean, it might be like, you know, the combination of the guitar and the bass and the kick drum, you know, that kind of creates your overall guitar tone. Do you know what the cab sound is that you're using? It sounds to me, it has like an orangey type of a tone. There's something that orange cabs have that I've not really heard in other cabs, or not as prominently. I don't really know. I don't know what it is. It's a Bogren IR. Yeah, those are really good. It's something in the high end that, like, most of the time I don't like it that much, but it cuts really good. It's kind of an ugliness in a way. I used to actually own an orange cab. I had a 212, and I could never quite get the sound out of it that I wanted. I think also your bass tone might benefit from the having a little bit more gritty top end. Like right now it's really fat and it's good. Like I can hear it a little bit by itself here. And it'll probably glue better to the guitars if it's a little bit more pronounced of that kind of clangy, gritty top end part. I mean, that's one of the hardest things to get right. Like, man, I've been watching a few more of those Nail the Mix sessions and like trying to get my own bass tone to really work. Chomp chomp. And I think I've gotten it pretty good. What's cool is that if you do that right, you can like clean up your guitar tone a little bit. sometimes, and it sounds better. Like those little, like it sort of like fills in the cracks, because like a bass is always going to sound, the kind of distortion you get on the top end of a bass is always going to be different, even in the same octave and everything. Like, so I've probably, did I play you the EDM song that I'm working on? So there's I put some like just power chords into this EDM song that we finished recording yesterday. What up, Daniel? And like it, the bass is all electronic, like it's all like serum and stuff, and it sounds fucking awesome throughout the whole track. Super fat, and I've got some like kind of like dubsteppy basses and stuff in there too. When I added the guitar, like it's literally just like big power chords, like, and I could not make it fucking sound good. I hated it. I was like, why I tried a bunch of different plugins, different tones and everything. And finally, I just slapped some like easy bass guitar on that section. I like nuked the low end on it, like straight up high passed it, like to kind of an absurd degree. So basically you're just hearing like just the clanky high end on the bass. I think I actually used parallax, because there was a parallax preset that I was fucking with that worked really well, and all of a sudden it sounded fucking great. I also wound up reamping it through my Rev with the Horizon Overdrive, the whatever Attack Overdrive. But if I take that easy bass, clank bass out of it, it sounds bad in the context, because there's like nothing gluing it, and yeah, like now that's like a very specific context, but it's sort of, to me, it really illustrated the importance of the bass guitar in a metal mix, or like in a heavy, along with heavy guitars. Like the guitars themselves very rarely hit the spot, You dialed the high end on the bass back a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I think also when you pull those guitars down to a reasonable level, it might also wind up, work better. Like it might do with some more of that. It might work out better. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I mean, this is, I think, probably your best sounding one so far. It's pretty powerful overall. Drums sound a lot better. There's a couple of spots where you don't seem super confident on the melody in the clean vocal. Like you're not like really hitting the pitches in a, you're like sort of sliding into them a little bit. But but it does sound better. So your voice is improving. That's good. I mean, that's the way you want to go. You might need some. I feel like the transition into this riff should be a lot more powerful because it's cool, but you might need, because that's a really big moment. I've failed to impress Jaybird. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was trying. Yeah, it could be a number of things. Like there's like a fast fill into it. The fill might be a little too fast for what's coming next. Like it's kind of a fast beat that you're going into, but it's not. Oh, he said you failed to impress the Trey. My bad. My bad. Illiteracy is a problem. I was reading too fast. One of these days I'll learn how to read. But it is not this day! You know what you might do there? This might be a really good moment for a 2T figure. What up, Boofy? Like, for like a whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like a thing where everybody hits it together. Right? Like, type of shit. Sparks North says, how about a whole note? How about it? What is this? Doom metal? Whole notes. Yeah, so you could try something like that. Those kinds of things. You know, you can also do like production types of things, like add a riser and a drop. I've been getting more into those lately just because it's like, you know, I think once you're able to write good transitions, the only next thing is to do cool, like, production things to just subtly enhance that. And like, it's really fun. I think I've gotten to the point with the sound design portion that I used to kind of hate it and be like, I don't want to deal with that. But these days it's fun for me. I guess it's interesting. Partly because I've gotten kind of good at it. Working on the like kind of poppy or EDM and like sync music thing, like that shit's really important. Yeah, and it's really considerably cooler once you know how you're doing it and you're not just slapping in samples. There is a subby bass hit, you said. Yeah, it might not, it might just not be coming through somehow. I mean, I honestly, like, the bass drops thing, man, like, I've talked about it on this on here before. back in the, metalcore days, like back in the early 2000s, those fucking sub drops would be so goddamn loud in the mix, and it would like, your car would rattle. But I think what happened is that, like, back then the mixes weren't so, like, and the masters weren't so squashed. And overall mixes have become a lot more hi-fi. They sound huge and punchy and everything. But I think they kind of don't, there's kind of no room for those in a lot of ways. Not in the same way. Like, I do it and I send it along with my mixes to whoever. And, like, I'm never like, oh, fuck yeah. Even with, like, really good mix engineers. And it's, never forget what they took from you. The 808s. So what's also really funny is, like, in metalcore and in most heavy music, for the longest time, people just called those bass drops 808s because it was, they were sampled from 808s from, like, rap. And for the longest time, that's what I thought an 808 was. I didn't understand, I don't know that I ever actually made a fool of myself, but I remember being like, wait, an 808 is a drum machine. Now I think of 808s as, like, the cicada hi-hats or whatever. And I spend an inordinate amount of time going through hundreds of nearly identical hi-hat chirp sounds on Splice and being like, this one's slightly different. Oh, I like this one. I think I might be below 1,000 Splice credits now, though. Is that true? I don't know. I spent a lot. Do bass drops really use 808 that often? I mean, I think they kind of did, just because that's what was available. I'm not entirely sure, honestly. Like, but it's sort of like saying Kleenex for tissues. Like, not all tissues are Kleenex, but if I say, give me a Kleenex, if you're American at least, you're not going to be like, what is it that he wants? I have these tissues here, but they're not Kleenex brand. I have some generic CVS tissues. Is this what you want? Meanwhile, I'm dripping. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it was just a thing that was, like, readily available, I think, for producing those kinds of sounds. Like, these days you can make them a million different ways. I've actually, in my songwriting course, in the big one, I think I show how I made some pretty good ones with a free synth that comes with Pro Tools. What is it called? It's like a, synthesizer, like, basically it's like a sine wave, more or less. And I just, like, do a big pitch bend. FL Studio has a whole bass drop plugin. That's cool. Bill Babam is goated for saying that you should hit the like if you haven't hit that thumbs up. He's right, you know. He's right, you know. It's, you know, if you haven't hit the like button, it's okay. But I think if you've been here and you're staying here, that means that you like it enough that you would give it your official seal of approval by hitting the thumbs up. And if you wouldn't, then you're probably you probably don't like it enough that you should stick around. Most people forget. Or they don't want it to be like, they don't want the algorithm to suggest, I don't know. I'm not judging. I also, if I'm watching a live stream, I will often forget. But anyway, that's why I'm giving you this reminder. Okay, anyway. I wonder if there are other bass drop plugins that aren't FL Studio reliant. Okay. Outside the Dream, Bravery Works. Just got the master back, and I would love your thoughts on it. Thanks, Trey. Features Bruno Valverde on drums, Trevor Lake on vocals, and James Henry on guitar. Mastered by Jens Bogren. Mastered by Jen Bogren. Bro, I think you might have gotten hosed. Hey, it's me, Jen Bogren. I'm also a mastering engineer. I'm slightly cheaper than Jens, and I do a way worse job. No, Jens, I assume that's a typo. Wow, what a lineup. What a fucking... Bruno, absolutely one of my very favorite drummers of all time. As I'm sure you know, because he's in 3 of our music videos. And hopefully I'll get to actually have him play on some songs and not just mime along to our other guys' drums. And he's a very sweet boy. I don't know these other gentlemen, but anyway, let's go. I mean, I'm also a long-time Angra stan, so... Who mixed it? Fire and higher. He says desire, I'm out. It's groovy.
From home, I know this road too well. Just selling something else. Cross the ocean without learning to swim. Learning to swim. Go down deeper, just to rise again. But don't you burn your feelings within what's underneath the cause. It's never what it seems when you finally step outside the dream.
Some little tinkly thing in there that felt ill-defined So, the mix is a little weird to me. I don't love the tone of the snare drum personally. But I don't know. That could be a number of things. All the performances sound nice sounding vocals. To me, the lyrics are a little whatever. Actually, it's not that the snare sounds bad. Like, if I'm focusing on listening to just the snare, I'm like, damn, that's kind of a nice snare sound. It's got a lot of crack to it. I like the pitch of it. But like in the context, for some reason, it's bumming me out a little bit. But stereo ride things. Weird no choice. But very ripping performance. That was a weak transition right there. That could have been. This felt like a really big moment, and for some reason it didn't land. Like big build. I don't know. Yeah, these lyrics are kind of reach up higher to fall down from above. I mean, it might be like a little bit of Amazing Singer syndrome. His voice sounds great. Kind of like a generic. Rise up higher to fall down from above. But don't you burn your feet? I don't know. I might be mishearing something. I don't have the lyrics here. But pretty decent, like, step outside the dream. Step outside the dream. That's a hook. That's kind of a stupid riff, but I like it. I really like that kind of arpeggio, but I don't know if that works. It's a big, like a sus fort. No, it's an add 9, but I don't know if that works in the context. kind of, sort of. I don't know. It sounds a little weird to me. Oh, that's what. So, wait. Hold, please. Theory check. No, that's kind of okay, but... Kind of, sort of. Okay. Your wife did the mix. Petrucci on the lead tone. What kind of an asshole uses that shitty plugin? The joke is that I'm using it right now. Your wife did the mix. She's a nurse practitioner. Is she also a mix engineer? I mean, nurses are fucking heroes of human beings. Okay. That doesn't seem like a relevant qualification. But I mean, like, the mix is not terrible by any means. It's like pretty good. It doesn't seem like it's quite where I feel like it should be. Like, nothing about this sucks, really, except for some of the lyrical choices. A lot of cool arrangement things. I feel like, so you cranked up the heat a little bit on the second verse, but I did feel like it wasn't quite as much of a, like, dynamic lift as I would like in a second verse like that. Like, did Bruno record this in his his studio practice space? She's not a musician. I mean, I don't think that being a musician of any caliber is a requirement for being a great producer or a mix engineer necessarily. And actually, if you can sort of separate out like separate from that part of it and just have a really great ear for production and stuff, like it's possible you could be like way better than any musician. I don't actually know. I mean, I think of Rick Rubin, who's obviously not a mix engineer. People's opinions of him are very split, of course. But because he's not like any real, I mean, he is a musician. He's not 0% a musician, but it's not really his main. I think he just doesn't really. But anyway, he's able to really separate himself from the musician ego. Like when I'm sitting there mixing things, which I'm obviously not like on any kind of level, but like I'm constantly fighting with my musician ego. I'm like, I want to hear this thing that I wrote, that I put a lot of work into, this like some little thing. I want it to be very clear and upfront, and then like I feel that way about everything, and then the whole thing just comes out being very loud. Like all the music, all the instruments are loud, and like it doesn't have a lot of depth, and like like that's why you need somebody with some objectivity. I mean, like, that's very interesting to me. Is all I gotta say. So, to me, overall, the song is like the song's a bit boring. Like none of it sucks. The performances are all like pretty good. It just I don't know. It feels a little like it's not super interesting. It's not super interesting, and it's also not super catchy. It's a little interesting and a little catchy. Got some good riffs, and some like pretty ripping solos, some of which to me had some questionable note choices. Like it feels like some of the lead guitar parts aren't really connecting with like what's going on in the riff or the rhythm, the chords or whatever at certain spots. It's like one of these things where it's like 90% solid, and then I'm kind of like, that feels like a weird choice. Like, really nice vibrato. Like, that's kind of a cool, spicy, like, fusion-y superimposition of... a major 7 chord on a chord that within the context of the song, so we're in D minor, this would be C Mixolydian with a flat 7, and he's playing a recontextualized it. land on the 9, which is it's actually a bit Petrucci sounding in a way, not just because of the use of his tone. It's has some like Petrucci like phrasing to it. Yeah, I guess some of it just doesn't super land for me. Fire, flames. There's some like kind of like de-essing, kind of like something in the vocal. The vocal is like recorded, like I can hear the fucking spit. He's right up on that mic, which like it can be hard to manage that kind of a sound. Sometimes I really like it. Like there's an intensity to that kind of a sound that's like unmatched in a lot of ways. But you also have to manage it. Like you got to be, you know. Don't you burn your feelings within what's underneath the cause is never what it seems when you finally step outside the trap. Step outside the dream. Yeah, a lot of mouth noises. Part of the reason that I noticed that is because for whatever goddamn reason, when I'm recording myself, I do like my mouth just does that a lot, and as I'm doing that, I'm noticing the mouth is very dry right now. But so I have to be very like sort of conscious of those things and really yeah, I just have to notice them because they're very pronounced with my voice, and I don't like that. Even in my videos, I often will have to like edit out like mouth noises. Is it Brooklyn Nine-Nine where he's like, I got a real wet mouth? That might describe me. You know, that like sounds gross. Hang on. But you know, that's like that's kind of not an advanced vocal processing thing, but I think it's one of the harder things to do because it's like it's hard to deal with that without like impacting the vocal, like the overall sound of the vocal. like, you know, it's kind of baked in there if it's while you're singing. So it's you you like have to, you just have to be more conscious of it while tracking. So is this like a band, or is this like your project and you're hiring people to play your songs? I only ask because you've got, you know, you got the, I presume Bruno is a hired gun. I don't know, maybe he's in the band. Well, I mean, the real reason I'm asking is because these vocals have a little bit of a Fiverr vibe, a little bit of a like low effort lyric writing. There's, you know, there's like, I've been sent a lot of like Fiverr vocalist submissions. And like a lot of them are like these amazing singers. And they can't necessarily write. Or they'll write stuff that's just like really generic, or they'll use like fucking Chat GPT lyrics or something, or just some like, you know, because they're just working. Oh dang, Young Verticus, thank you for the prime sub on Twitch, and hello. You know, like that is a like, I don't know, maybe you wrote these lyrics and I'm just they're largely not terrible. They're just kind of whatever. I'm very critical of whatever lyrics because mainly in metal, like people kind of treat them as an afterthought. Okay, the lyrics and melodies you wrote. Okay. Well, but yeah, I mean, it's really fucking hard. Like, writing lyrics is fucking hard. You know, I've been doing all of these songwriting sessions, and they're the thing that we spend the most time on, getting that right, and still often don't. You know, I do just kind of I mean, there's a point at which you have to kind of just send it, you know. But I do, like, look, this is an audience of mostly guitarists, okay? Is anyone here not primarily a guitarist? I know Paulo isn't. Oh, I can open the brackets up. Oh, these are, how do I clear it? And so it sucks to say that the guitar isn't nearly the most important thing. and that vocals and lyrics are way more important. But it's true. It just sucks, you know. It sucks to hear. And it sucks because I think I think it's a lot harder to do. And then, you know, you put in 20 fucking plus years into the guitar. I have now played guitar for 30 years. I know it doesn't sound like it. And you're like, wait, wasn't that enough? And it might be if you're working with someone else. But like, I think it's easy, like in a way, because you're using like spoken language, it should hypothetically be easier to express yourself. Yeah, I've been playing guitar since Paulo was born. All right. I am loading up the, what did we call this? The brackets. Of course, we, you know, gotta have enough submissions to make it worth it. It's true, I'm ancient. I'm an old man. My body. Bravery Works has been playing since before I was born. Damn. I've been outdone in age. You've been playing for more than 42 years? Impressive. Most impressive. I mean, is that you on lead guitar? I'd believe it. I think Petrucci is getting up towards 60. I think he's 57 or 58. Of course, Jordan Rudess is like, I think he's in his mid to late 60s. I hope to be that kind of old guy. Super sick. Not sick. I don't want to be ill. Just like, I want to be a cool dude who's good at music. By the time I am that old. All right. Who else has got some? You're welcome, Bravery Works. Good luck with the release. Yeah, who else has got some jams for us? Some jams. Some sick jams. Come on, you had a whole week off. Like an extra week. Too bad I only get the first wish. I finally got around to watching Obsession. Which is very good. It was kind of the, like, usually I hate it when the movie is be careful what you wish for, because like that's been 100,000 fucking movies, and like I think that premise is burnt to shit, but it's kind of one of the better versions of that idea. And like, man, ultra sick. And the movie was just great. Like, it was genuinely scary at a lot of parts. And they shot it for fucking nothing. The director is a YouTuber, and you love to see it. I was very impressed. What up, Dave? Dave is sick on Guitar Pro, but then when he tries to actually play it, big mistake. Well, that's why you just don't. You just load that. You just export it from Guitar Pro straight into Pro Tools. What more do you need? I can't think of anything. I don't think they filmed that one on iPhone. I don't know for sure. Did they? If they did, I'd be very impressed. Yeah. I mean, anyway, I'm not going to give any spoilers. So, but we're talking about Obsession drop. Villain Troll likes my cowboy hat, but I'm not wearing a leather waistcoat. Well, it's in the back of my closet, along with my GIMP mask. But the real reason I'm not wearing them is because it's feckin' hot. Yeah, 20 years later, the first one of the three was all shot on iPhones to kind of keep that the found footage type of feel. And it worked. And of course they built that, I'm sure you've seen it, the iPhone bullet time rig. A man must always wear a shit and a waistcoat. I left my shit also in the closet, so I'm not a man. No. I didn't wear my shit. The typo that you made was a man must always shit what he's wearing. You don't you're not supposed to wear a shit. You shit aware. Don't love your job your love. I don't know why everybody roasted her for saying that. It made perfect fucking sense. I'm worse than you. You can't be named troll and then not expect me to troll you back. Or not back, but you know. Anyway, if you want to see me in the cowboy hat and the duster and the sick boots, you got to go watch the Gunslingers of the New American Desert music video, which is why I bought this thing in the first place. Man, it kind of sucks the association with a cowboy hat. Like, you know, I associate someone who wears a cowboy hat unironically. Like, to me, it's like mostly douchebags. You know, like, I don't know. Probably plenty of perfectly fine individuals wearing cowboy hats. But, you know, it's like there's a strong negative association with a cowboy hat. But goddamn, does it fucking look good on me. Everyone agrees. Everyone's like, damn, Trey, that fucking hat looks good on you. Cowboys equal douchebags? I mean, oftentimes. Oftentimes, I will say that. No, user registered 97. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. But they do just, it's... like... everyone who sees me in it is like, I remember I've told this story probably too many times on here. Like I bought it as a costume for this music video. I went to fucking Boot Barn. I think I went to Boot Barn on the way to the video shoot, which is where I found out how much a duster costs. And I was like, nope. And I was like, I don't know, man. And I put it on and looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, fuck, I'm hot. Ma'am. And because the duster was so expensive, I went with my thrift store trench coat instead. I've probably never met a real cowboy. But also, like, most people who like kind of call themselves cowboys don't actually herd cattle either. I mean, no one's more of a poser cowboy than me. Like, no one. I literally just bought this hat and put it on my head, and that is the extent of it. That is the extent of my cow herding experience. But anyway, it's like what we're really talking about is country music fans. And like, you know, that runs the gamut, of course. Anyway, all that to say, you know, I'm sitting here wearing a cowboy hat, so I'm now part of that group. Not of cowboys, but of people who wear cowboy hats. And so I'm sort of throwing my lot in with them. So obviously we can't say that every cowboy is a douchebag, or everyone who wears cowboy hats is a douchebag. But I just made it worse. I have now tilted the you know, the curve is now one douchebag worse. Every time I put on this cowboy hat, there's one more douchebag wearing a cowboy hat. I really like the like spaghetti western aesthetic, like old-timey western movies type of cowboy. I think that shit is cool. Obviously has like very little basis in reality. So it's like in the same way that like what we think of as pirates is like a complete fabrication. The way the pirates talk comes from literally one movie character, and like all of that shit just grew. Anyway, it's same basic thing, and it's fine. I've never seen Midnight Cowboy. Ford F-250. On sale now for Memorial Day weekend. All right, who's got a song? I think the last Western movie that I saw was oh God, what was it called? What's the one where it's the girl who's like trying to get revenge for her father or something died? She gets bit by a snake. True Grit. That's the one. Thank you, Daniel. Do I have country licks? Man, I have learned some over time, and now I'm not going to be able to remember any of them. The thing is, you can't do them with a the one I'm trying to do. You can't do with a tremolo bridge really, because you can't do oblique bends really. It just because all the notes bend together. Well, that's why tellies have a fixed bridge. Thank you, comic book villains. He says, damn, Trey, you look fantastic in that cowboy hat. I think you're lying and you were here the whole time and you were just echoing what I'm saying about how I look fantastic in a cowboy hat. I could pull off this country solo artist. Yeah, I don't really have any country licks. Yeehaw! country guitar is amazing. It's a shame that like most country songs are like, most modern country songs are very cringy and terrible. And it's just a lifestyle that I cannot relate to. Because the musicians are fucking so good. Man, country guitar players are peak dick rippers. Like, it's so awesome and so hard and really interesting, and on songs that are largely corny as hell. You know, obviously, like, the older stuff is considerably cooler. Oh yeah, Johnny Highland, super fucking sick. I am actively like learning new music though. Not new music. I mean, I'm learning some things. I've been like mostly just like kind of copying licks. What is that song that I was just playing? Blue. Oh my god. It's a fucking bossa. It's blue bossa. So I'm actually going to be making a video about this for a short form. About my little rehearsal, my couch rehearsal or like practice and like kind of recording setup that I've got. Because I got an iPad for my birthday, a big one, mainly for practicing guitar and learning, and I have it on like an articulating arm that hangs over where I sit to watch TV. And I, have a little interface. And I got some apps that make it a little easier to like learn, learn songs. And I think it's an iPad Air. Yeah. I don't know. But it doesn't, like, I got a big one, just to make it really easy to use. And like, I got like an app to like slow down and loop stuff. And then also I got the Reel book. I think it's called iReel. So I have access to like all of the chord charts that are then also backing tracks for like thousands of fucking songs, but like of course all of the jazz Reel book standards and everything. And so I've finally got it to a point where it kind of works. But yeah, I can use the way that you really learn music Here you go. I'm giving you the big secret. Okay. The best way to learn music is always going to be doing transcriptions. Okay. Learning songs by other people is just the best thing. I went to school for long enough that I should be a doctor studying music. And like, there's a lot that you can learn in terms of, like, I mean, there's just a ton that you can learn academically, no question. But most of the musicians that you think of as being the best just learned tons of shit by ear. And it's really the best way to get inside of anything and to sort of steal its little soul. Never follow blindly the real book. That's, yeah. You like, if you're pulling the real book out on the gig, you're probably not a real jazz musician. I am not. But like, that's the other reason why learning these things by ear is so important. Because you, like, when you hear the original versions of these songs, then you go like, oh, those chords are not right. Or they're like very oversimplified or whatever. This is why I couldn't hack it as a jazz major for more than the 2 years that I did it, because I was like, these are the chords that are written on the paper, right? It says that they're written there. And then I'm like, basic shit. I've been trying to do drop 2. Learning some drop 2 voicings. Oh no. Obviously I'm great at it. Definitely should have learned those in school. Those are very interesting. But really fucking hard. But like I've just felt really stagnated in my guitar playing for a long time. But I spend a lot of time watching TV. Basically, like, I'm like more or less a workaholic, right? Like, I just work from the time I wake up and get my shit together until I just can't anymore. And then I sit on the couch and watch TV until, like, to turn my brain off, until I'm tired enough to sleep. But also when I'm sitting on the couch watching TV is when I play the guitar the most. This is by far the guitar that I play the most throughout my life, which is kind of funny, mainly because it's incredibly convenient. I mean, it's a great guitar all the way around, but like the main reason I'm playing it now is because it's very, very light. And I keep it on the couch because it's headless and light and compact. And I'm like, you know, I don't hit my girlfriend in the face with it. But so now I'm weaponizing that to an even greater degree with this little setup. And this video is going to be about, it's a sponsored video for this little practice amp that's also an interface. So the idea is that if I'm sitting there and jamming and I come up with something, I can just switch over to GarageBand real quick, boom, record my riff. And because it's already connected. And Bob's your uncle. Weaponizing not hitting her in the face. I'm weaponizing nonviolence. So yeah, because like normally what I do is I grab my phone and I shoot a little video of me playing whatever it is. So I've got like 100 of these, you know, little videos on my phone of me playing this lick that I came up with in my underwear. And you're just hearing blink, 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 blink. And it's a pain in the ass. And I would rather have like a decent little, I mean, a sound, like an audio clip is obviously considerably less, takes up less space than a video also. So anyway, so that's a video I'm going to be working on. They tried to deliver the fucking amp to me twice now. And I'm like, I got the little tag and I'm like, I'm not awake at 10 in the morning. Fuck off. And also just leave it. Just fucking leave it. Just leave it. I live in a like a back house, so there's no porch pirates. All right. Was there any who else has got some songs? What's new in music news? New Kiesel guitar shape. How are we feeling about this this Antares shape? Nope. I gotta turn off. Man. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, oh yeah, Bonnie Tyler died. Fucking bummer, man. That's one of the goats. I think this looks fucking sick. I have a different Kiesel whip in the oven. Which is probably why they didn't send me one of these. It's pretty weird. It's a little bit like the When we published the post on Gear Gods, there were a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's like it's just a what's the fucking the Kaizen? It is vaguely Kaizen-esque, but not like very slightly, or like I don't know. It's I would say it's got the same like ass curve to it, but in a way, but like that was not my first thought. Like the what do they call these things? The bouts they don't really yeah. Like, let's obviously like a vague similarity, but I don't know. Basically, the comment section was like chock full of that, and I was like, I don't know, guys. I don't really see it. I think they're both very sick. I actually have wanted a Kaizen for a while. I keep trying to think of like videos I can pitch Sweetwater on, so they'll send me one. But so far they haven't had any colors that I've really wanted in stock, so anyway. Yeah, I think this is I think it's cool. They're really going in on these more sort of modern shapes between the... Oh, it's not in here. What is the fucking purple one that I have? I'm bad with names, man. I mean, the website's right here. I should look. Between the very modern one, the Kyber, that's the boy. They're kind of like... The ass of them is like kind of pointed in opposite directions. I'm very happy with my Kyber. And then, of course, the fully opposite is the Mark 66, which is super throwback. Yeah, great story. So the new guitar that they're making me right now is a 30-inch solo. Where is the solo? There's the retro solo. Oh, there's the solo. Yeah. They're making me a 30-inch. Snack. Yeah, I feel like I may have bit off a little more than I can chew with a 30-inch scale length, but I had like a bunch of really good ideas for videos for it. And I use my my Balaguer that's tuned to F sharp. My Balaguer 6-string. Of course, I'm not going to remember what the fucking name of that model is either. But so I use it so much that I and it's 27 inches, that I was like, if I'm gonna be playing shit this low, like recording this kind of thing, I might as well go ham. No, it's a 6 string. I am cuz like I don't it's kind of like a bass 6. You know what a bass 6 is? Like an octave down guitar that like some people also have use as a bass. Also called the Dan Electro one, the old Dan Electro one was called like a tic tac bass. And they would sometimes there's a sound where they would like layer this tic tac bass on top of like upright bass. And that's like a classic sound for some style of music. Oh damn, we got another song. Sent in. Okay, please, if you could just, yes, I would like to sign in. Just don't start playing without me. Anyway, but I was like, if I'm going to be recording shit in F sharp like that on a 6 string, which is to me like definitely no, you don't. Definitely preferable to an 8 string. Then I should probably get a long boy, a really long boy. All right, we got some fires in time. Hold on. Paulo was asking about guitar. What did you say? Where is it? Where is it that the thing that you wrote? I'm saving up to buy a guitar, but I'm a total beginner, so I don't know what I should buy. Yeah, I mean, there's, that's, whoo-wee. Yeah, that's quite a broad topic. I mean, you're in Brazil. There's a lot of Tagamas. Tagama's a pretty big brand there. You can almost never go wrong with a Mexican Strat. You need something with a humbucker in the bridge because you play metal. I mean, a Strat's not a particularly metal guitar, but you can get a really good, cheap Mexican Strat used. I don't know what's available in Brazil, but like, here's the thing. I mean, what Daniel just said is like kind of true in that you got to figure that out for yourself. But it's mainly that, especially if you're buying a cheap guitar, don't order one. Don't order a new one. Go to a store or something, go to a whatever. Try them out in real life somewhere. Probably used. You can get a lot more bang for your buck used. Ibanez also makes great cheap guitars, and they're very metal, obviously. But you have to go and play them. I actually made a whole video about this. Like I think it's called "The Truth About Cheap Guitars," because you can absolutely get great cheap guitars. but it's much more of a crapshoot. So if you order one, you might get one that sucks. But if you go to a place and play a bunch of them, one of them is like you can get an absolute gem, but you have to like actually try them. So you have to you have to actually like you have to do the quality control yourself. Now, if you're not very good at the guitar, that's a little bit harder because you know, you don't have quite the same means for trying it out, and there's some things you can miss. But you know, you kind of just gotta pull the trigger at a certain point, and you know, just find something that you like the aesthetic of, narrow it down, and then by like functionality, of course. You know, you'll find a model that you like. I'm very shallow. It's got to look good. Like it's got to look how I want it to look. There's a lot of really good Harley Bentons. It's the same basic thing, except that Thomann owns Harley Benton, so there's no middleman. There isn't somebody who's jacking up the price. So they own. I don't know if they own the factory, but they own the brand. So it's not like another cheap guitar that's made by a brand where they like there's a brand like BC Rich, whatever. They hire a factory to build the guitars, and then BC Rich sells them wholesale to Guitar Center, and then Guitar Center adds some on top. Like Harley Benton is Thoman's brand, so that's part of why they're able to sell them for so cheap and they're so good. And I don't know why other people don't do that. I mean, Guitar Center is trying to do that, and that was a little bit of a debacle. I hope they figure that out. But yeah, most of the guitars you find for sale are for Christian worship music. I mean, why? Like, I don't think there's any guitars that are specifically made for that. I mean, do they have like cross inlays or something? Yeah, I mean, you know, like, just go out and play as many as you can at your local stores. And, most of the major brands have like cheaper imports that will be probably pretty good. And also remember that as a beginner, it's going to matter a lot less. Like, there's a lot of stuff that people pay for on expensive guitars that will not make it actually any better for playing or recording or anything, possibly until you hit a certain level. Sometimes literally it doesn't add anything except like looks. Like, you know, you pay an upcharge for like a nice piece of wood, like black limba body or something that's like gonna be expensive, and it will make absolutely no difference for you, you know. But it's mainly gonna be, does it play well? And you can get a cheap guitar sometimes that doesn't play that well and take it to a tech and have them set it up. But this is also the problem with a lot of cheap guitars. Sometimes, not to scare you, sometimes they're so fucked that you can't, that like a tech is going to be like, the amount of money it would take me to make this playable will be more than the guitar is worth. You know, like Yeah, like a really nice top on a guitar. That's just for the eyeballs most of the time. Anyway, so I wish you the best of luck. But, you know, trust yourself, too. Trust your impression of what the guitar is like. Don't throw down your hard-earned cash until you've got it. All right. Beats for bait. I already did Australian. Beats for bait. The writer responds. So this is Fires in Time, but they've changed their name. They said, changed our name. I think this one will stick. How we feeling about it? How we feel about that? The writer responds. Alternative possibility. What if you called yourselves Fires in Time? I wrote a piano part to replace that awesome sample that we had. Wrote an additional part for the bridge and pitched it up in the last chorus. Also did some vocals to spruce up that last chorus. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of preference stuff too in terms of like, do you like a thick neck, a thin neck? Do you like a flat radius? Do you like a longer scale length, a shorter scale length? I would recommend, since you're into metal, probably a longer scale length. Don't get a Les Paul. But the other stuff is just going to be like, oh, this neck is super thick and uncomfortable. Or you're going to go, this neck is super thick and really comfortable, and I love it. I'm personally like a really super thin neck. I said the opposite of the thing that I meant. I like a really thin neck. I always get the thinner neck on the key, like thinner neck profile on the Kiesels. Yeah. So, but you won't know. And also, don't worry about it. Like, these are things that will be important, but also probably not to you, like, yet. All right.
Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Cut it up and use the barbing beats for bait. If I can rip your heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You're the life of the party. You've got a way to put a smile on every face. You've got them watching from the basement window, dressed to the neck like you're the neighborhood pinball. The only member of the after party.
Turn this up, sorry.
Epitome of why you don't say sorry. The boys are watching from the basement window, so rip it out and be a brand new widow. You can rip my heart out. Cut it up and use the barbing beats for bait. If I can rip your heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Cut it up and use the barbing beats for bait. If I can rip your heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. The afterlife is a different party, and everybody is invited at the end of the day. We're writing up the debts we tally, and pray to heaven that the devil makes all the day. You stole the tiny paycheck, thought to say because you change with the season. You stole the only piece of myself that I can't let go. You can rip my heart.
Yeah, that fucks.
Cut it up and use the barbing beats for bait. If I can rip your heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out.
What is that word? The what bits for bait? I think you should have a big stop there. Like a big... What up, room mother? The boring bits. Oklahoma, what up? I feel like right now this ending is sort of overstayed its welcome a little bit. Ending feels a bit long to me. I kind of like the little ending thing that you did. Yeah, I think you improved on this a lot, though. You know what I think? I can't let go. Maybe. I think it would be really cool right here. I immediately questioned myself, but I'm just going to say it anyways. I think it might be cool to cut out everything except drums and vocals and do a big gang chant of "You can rip my heart out. It's a boring bit for bang." Am I hearing that because it's a thing that you did before? That's why I was suddenly like, is that something that was in there and they cut it and I told them to cut it out? That would be really funny. I think right there that would fucking slap. What is the song that I'm actually thinking of that does that? I mean, it's not like, it's pretty common in the sort of like punk and adjacent stuff, but there's something in particular that I'm thinking of. I do not know how to pronounce your name. Is it KNG Ghost? Hello. That's a lot of consonants. So I think that would break up the ending in a nice way. Fall Out Boy might. Drawing a blank. But yeah. Gives you hell. All American Rejects. That might be it, Mo. I mean, they definitely do that in there. I don't know if it's the one that I would like that my brain is tickling me about, but certainly the right thing. By the time we get here in How You've Got It, I'm kind of like, okay. I don't know. We're going to run it back.
Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time.
I think you should make that feel a little more confident. It's like an okay little synthy doodad. I feel like it just needs a slightly more confident performance. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 beep dee 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 beep. I think you should shorten. It's like beep dee dee beep beep dee dee beep. A little more staccato. Beep dee dee beep.
Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time.
I like that chord there. Big dominant chord.
You can rip my heart out. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good time. You can rip my heart.
Gotta make that moment have a lot of impact though, right there. Something about the way that you pronounce the word boring throws me off every time. It's not a bad thing. It's just, it's like barring. I just the first time I kept hearing bottom, use the bottom bits. I think having unique pronunciations of words is actually super good to have because, I mean, like, I'm sure you've seen the Blink-182 shirt, right? Don't waste your time on me. I'm already a voice you're whatever it is. You're already a voice inside my head, right? Like, I think that sounds fucking stupid, but nobody's ever printed my fucking special way of saying words onto a t-shirt, okay? Inside my yard. So yeah, don't change that. Okay, so I like that little jun figure. Your first and second half of your chorus are a little too similar. I think I want the guitar to have a little more character of the. The thing is, like, it does a good job sort of contrasting the verse guitars, because you've got some nice, like, staccato, like, you've got some space in the rhythm guitar in the verse. I was about to suggest that you do like a like a something more like that in the chorus. But you're kind of already doing something like that in the verse. And like it opens up like I usually think a chorus should. I mean, try it. And then leave the second half of the chorus wide open like that, I think. If you can do it in a way that doesn't wreck that sort of nice contrast, maybe just put like a lot more space in it, like kind of don't do that. But like something sort of in that vibe. Try that, because in my mind there's a version of that that will work very well. It's just a second verse vibe fucks. And it grows. Also that I do have goosebumps. I really do. You can't. But like that line and the moment. I mean, voice sounds awesome. The line is really good. Very emo. Slaps. Yeah, a little bit of space. It's still like you know, it has this sort of like usual Fires in Time, slightly overstuffed with vocals thing. Not a lot of breathing room. But it doesn't, I don't know. I was going to suggest maybe you drop a little instrumental space in between the ending of the first chorus and the second, or and the second verse. Actually, here's what you're definitely going to do. I don't know why I didn't think of this. Cut your first chorus in half. Yeah, give me a half chorus for the first one. Well, the suggestion that I just made might actually buy you that real estate to do exactly what you just said, Bandito. I mean, I think there is too much chorus throughout. But I'm not sure what to do about it yet. That snare roll is all fucky, but you know that. Y'all ever eat the egg bites? Bacon and Gruyere egg bites from Starbucks? My favorite savory thing from there. I've made these too. They're never quite as good when I make them at home. It's probably MSG. But they're pretty good. No, I've just made them from a recipe. These are the Starbucks ones. I could just add MSG. That's true. You can just buy it. A little. Just a little. You steal a couple minutes from the end of your life, but it basically makes anything taste better. You know, it's a little like, you know, every like 10 grams of MSG, you lose like an hour from the end of your life. Zyme! Anyway, you wanted to do a sort of a softer version of the chorus in the... Why is the chat like spitting out old comments again from like more than an hour ago? Bro, what the fuck? That's frustrating. I don't know. So this is actually kind of like a little bit of a problem. The same basic problem that I'm dealing with your song that I'm producing, which I'm hopefully gonna get to this week. I'm sure I said that last week. Last week when I forgot that I was going to be on vacation all week. Which is like deciding on what the variation of the chorus is going to be. 'Cause I do that most of the time, you know, some kind of variation on the chorus. Like I had the idea of like just the drums and the gang vocal version, which would probably only be like half of a chorus. I think you might have to choose between it being that or a super soft broken down chorus. And on the other track, on the 100 Problems, one of the 100 problems that I'm having is that I basically created two really good versions of your chorus. And I think it's going to have to be like Highlander, like there can be only one. Like the two of them are too different, and it's not like one of them's not like a nice dynamic variation, like having a down chorus or a why not both? I think it's not cohesive enough. I think it is an unfortunate truth that I've been wrangling with. That I don't really know yet. I'm going to dive back into it. But, yeah, I mean, there's no rules. I just like, I want it to be really, I just want it to be very strongly cohesive because I think it's worth it, I haven't listened to it for a while, but in my mind, the sort of funkier one is better than the slightly heavier one, but I don't know. Yeah, so how are we feeling about this as a name for the band and also their logo? The Writer Responds versus Fires in Time. The Writer Responds does have a bit of a MySpace emo core feel, which I think fits. It feels pretentious somehow. Not necessarily a bad thing. It has a pretentious, I don't know, a slight pretentiousness to it. I don't hate it. I just, like it's, it's hard, it's hard when I've heard the original for so long. It's like Love Actually when he's trying to record the Christmas version of his song. And he's like, it's just that I've sang the old one for so long. He keeps singing the wrong thing. It's a bit shit, isn't it? Yes, but it's solid gold shit. Mm-hmm. I think when you finally get an album or EP's worth of material, you should definitely call it Drop in the Bandito. Or like The Adventures of Drop in the Bandito. Something like that. The Curious Tale of... No, that makes it sound like a romance. or like a the 17 songs of whatever. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Who Framed Drop and the Bandito? That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. First we got First you need enough songs to make something that has enough, like, to have a name. I mean, obviously you've written enough songs. Now you got to finish them. Have I mentioned that I have a course called Song Finisher? Yeah, cool. But I think all of that all of those things that I said will make this cooler. Yeah, it's hard when you've got some like pretty good transitions that are like action packed, like you've got here from the end of your first chorus into the second verse. It's hard to like inject space and you know, like have some like instrumental interludes. I think if you can find like one more place that makes sense to have a little bit of a, you know, like a little bit of, yeah, a little bit of space in there. I kind of hesitate to say that because, like, if you were to come back with that, like, with a version of this where you put a, like, little instrumental break where you should have a big, yeah, where you should have a big epic vocal moment, then I'll shoot myself in the face and revoke my feedback license that I gave myself for the job that I made up. But yeah, I think it's largely, I mean, a large improvement for sure from what you had. So you're moving in the right direction. Also, I don't know why I didn't say this. I thought it, but then if it doesn't come out of my mouth, it's just an inside thought. Halftime for the second half of one of these choruses, probably the last one. I know you said you did the drums just today. But at least, I mean, it would have made this various ending choruses more interesting for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's most of what I think. Yeah, so I had this you know, I've been kind of thinking about, generally thinking about the stream and like, you know, it's been a bit hard to get people in the door lately, which could be any number of reasons. I don't know. I've been doing this for a long fucking time, y'all. Like, and I love doing it. You know, sometimes it feels a little bit like it's hard for me to justify doing, well, you know, it's impossible to know how many, like, people will come or whatever, like how many submissions I'll get. And, like, right now, my output on YouTube is bad. It's really bad. It's extremely low. And, you know, like, if I had a whole, like, I didn't do anything today. So I've been thinking about, and then, like, there's also these other kinds of streams that I want to be doing, like the performance streams, which would also not, like, help me make more YouTube videos, but like doing the Bangerizer performance streams and production and songwriting streams, which will very much help me be productive, of course. And then, like, I don't know, maybe doing a feedback stream, like, more like once a month or something. I don't know. Right now I'm just kicking the idea around, only because you know, it's like, it's you ever feel like you're just a hamster on a wheel? It's like every time the week comes back around, I, like, look back and I'm like, I didn't fucking get anything done. I worked all week and I didn't get shit done. And now it's Friday, stream time, which is fun. It's fun for me. But also, like, you know, like, we're 3.5 hours in now. We've only got 5 submissions. And it might be because I don't know. I'm just, like, not, I don't know. Maybe just people are burnt out on me, or, like, I don't know, whatever. The last time I took a long break, I feel like I kind of fucked myself a little bit, to be honest. Like, I took, like, 6 months off. You guys remember that? And then I came back, and of course, like, people were out of the habit of coming to the stream, and then you know, and fewer people were coming, and then, you know, and then I'm making less money, which is not the end of the world, but, like, you know, it makes it harder to justify. So, and, like, you know, like, if you're watching right now, you are among the elite hardcores, you know, like, all the cowards dropped off. But it's you know, okay, well, here's part of it, right? I kind of, like, I have all of these things that I do, and I feel like I'm half-assing a lot of things and not whole-assing like one thing. So I'm like, am I a streamer? Well, like, technically, but if I only stream once a week, it's hard to be, like, really good at it, really popular and successful or whatever. If I do it 5 days a week, I could probably do that. But then I also have to, like, I'm also a YouTuber. Well, that's a 5 day a week job. I'm a songwriter, currently dedicating at least one day a week, like the whole day, to writing with other people. And then it's like, well, am I a musician? Am I a like performing musician? I did the bangerizer thing because I wanted to give myself an outlet to perform. And that kind of hits two things because I'd also be streaming that. And then the songwriting production streams, you know, like that also ticks both of those boxes, right? Streaming and writing. AO Dude says my target demographic gets out on a lot of Friday nights or works. Well, the thing is, like, it wasn't like that before. I've tried other days, but like for the most part, it's been Fridays. Like the main thing is just like establishing a day and sticking to it. But like, I mean, it used to be like 150 people in here. Like there were days that it was like 200 people watching the stream on a Friday. Yeah, summer's not great. And like, you know, I'm spitballing right now. I don't have any plans or anything. But yeah, like, you know, the algorithm rewards consistency, and consistency is my fucking Achilles heel. There's like nothing. There's nothing for it. Like you just. Of all the things that you would need, like I have literally everything else. I have every other skill on earth. To be good at this. The consistency is very hard. Also, just because I want to do a lot of things, you know. Like those are just three of the things that that I'm describing, right? Streaming, YouTube videos, and songwriting. And there's just not enough hours in the day. So, you know, I'm kind of thinking like, at a certain point, I kind of have to decide what I want to be. Even though that it's the downside of being good at a lot of things, or like knowing that I could be, you know. Anyway, I'm just throwing this out there as possibilities, like things that I'm thinking about. Yeah, if I streamed every day, I would definitely catch the algo and pick up steam. Yeah, that's all of the things. Like, I mean, that's your, yep. If I did any of those things every day, I would, one of them would catch fire. Right now, I'm like, I have all these little fires burning in time, in different places in time. And none of them is a roaring, you know, whatever. What do I want to be when I grow up? Yeah. So anyway, I'll probably make some kind of a decision about it in the next week or so, but yeah, it's just it's tough. It doesn't help when I straight up forget to even announce that I'm not streaming like I did last week. Like there were probably people sitting at their computer like, okay, time for stream, and I just fucked up, you know? I fucking blew it. So sorry if that was any of you. Anyway, Paulo is one of them. I'm sorry, Paulo. Yeah. So just I mean, we got 27 people watching now. There are people out there streaming who would fucking kill to have 27 people watching. I'm a goddamn ingrate. You know? The Hollow 1997. You didn't miss anything. I'm just talking about the future and what's going on. Like, that's great. It's, it's a little hard, like, thinking back to the way it was in the old days. Yeah. Hello, Gary Hubbs. Oh, yeah. I mean, the pandemic was incredible for people who do what I do on any level. I was fucking crushing it. And now it's like the economy sucks. People generally seem unhappy overall with the state of the world. I mean, it's not that that's always the case, but just that, whatever. And there's a lot of choices. People got a lot of, choice in streaming, watching people stream. My stream has also gotten a little less colorful because of using Nero. It's gotten a lot easier, and it's really nice, but there's not a lot of, the fart sounds. And not being able to have the money on the on screen. I don't know if it's if that had any, like, if that's part of it. Like, I don't know. Man, Trey's stream used to be awesome. There was all these farts going off all the time. This fart stopped and I was like, what is this? No way. I'm out. Yeah, but the buying of freebies was a good yeah. 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 Well, maybe I just need to just go back to the old way. Yeah, and that sucks because, like, Nero is really, really good at what it does. And, like, I don't, like, it's such a fucking niche thing. Like this guy I'm sure the guy who's developing it is like a one-man operation, because like I can't imagine there's that many like music submission feedback streamers that he's got even one employee, you know what I mean? Dude, I used to do 50 songs a Friday. 50 fucking songs. Do you guys remember that? That's literally 10 times what I've done today. Like that we've done 5 songs today. I may have sort of sucked the fun out of it in a way, like I thought this would be pretty fun, but this is only going to be fun if it's full. And then the hard part, or one of the challenges is that like I don't really like think about the stream during the rest of the week. So then I'm like, oh, it's Friday, time to stream again. I open up the stream and I'm like, fuck, I needed to fix that thing and I didn't. So if I wanted to like, do something about it, I have to remember during the rest of the week. Anyway, so I like working through it with you guys because, like I said, y'all are the elite faithful. After the wheat was separated from the chaff, and so this is all good. Good feedback. Like all of those things, like the farts and the nice and the like and the all of that stuff. Like, I guess I thought it wasn't super important. Like those are things that I was like, oh, that's funny. I didn't like, I wasn't sure if it was, like people were really about it. I mean, part of the reason is like, I can't, if you guys like are laughing at something that happens or something that I do, I have no idea. Like I can't get like instantaneous, like real time feedback except what you type. So somebody might be sitting there like laughing their fucking ass off, eating popcorn and being like, this is the greatest show on earth. And I have no idea if what I did was awesome. And that I should do more of that or whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. So like the more worth it I make it to do for myself and for all of y'all, the more I'll want to do it, and the more obviously the more valuable it becomes for everyone. Because like for me, it's not just like, yeah, I'm making a lot more money. It's also the it's just more engaging for me on a personal and intellectual level. Ooh. Yeah, that's a pretty cool logo. I think maybe make the F a different color somehow. Like do something to, because it's a little hard to see that it's an F. It's a really cool looking F. maybe, I don't know, put something on it to make it separate from the rest of it. You guys ever seen the Olden Virtue logo? Paulo. So that's a feature that's built into several things that I use. So that actually could be possible. He says taking voice calls from people while reviewing their song. The first person I saw doing that was Timbaland, which now fuck that guy because he's like a little generative AI promoting slut. But he was doing I don't know if he still does it, but a feedback stream, and he would, I think every single one, he would like take a video call from people. And that is something that I have the capability of doing even on Nero, and I think on Twitch. I think Twitch has a built-in something. But yeah, that's a thing that I could do. And it might be really fun. I'd be slightly worried that I might be too nice to people if I'm talking to them. But I don't know. I have thought about it. I think it'll be weird seeing some of your faces after, just being a little name. These are all great suggestions, though. It kind of gets me stoked a little bit, actually. I think I've been a little bit bummed about it, to be honest. The stream is kind of my baby in a way, and it's, it feels like some kind of failure if it's not, I don't know, whatever. But user bunch of letters and numbers thinks I should get Glenn on here. I think having guests is always a good idea. It's a little bit of a logistical thing. Obviously Glenn lives in Canada. This is right now. It sucks to be in here even with the AC on full. But the stream is a highlight of your week. Bunch of letters. Other Dave guy would not want his face on camera. I mean, it would not be required for sure. It's just a thing that you could do if you wanted. Yeah, so it would be a slight technical hurdle to get over to have a remote guest, but damn. Room mother leaves work early to catch the stream. That's good to hear. I think obviously if you guys are here spending fucking 4 hours of your Friday night, then it's means something, then it's has value to you. All right. I'm glad that I talked about it and I wasn't just like, well, guys, we're going down to once a month. Fuck you. Alex. Okay, good. I think it's a little hard sometimes, like, so even though you guys, like, you're in there chatting, and saying things and interacting, there's still a lot of like like I talk a lot. I say all of this shit, and that's what you're watching for, the knowledge, the ideas, whatever, the process and all that. But sometimes it's like sometimes I feel like I'm just vomiting and like just spitting all this stuff out, and then I'm like, oh man, was any of that good? Was any of that useful? Like, I don't know. It sounds good to me. So anyway, so right now we're doing the opposite. You're giving me the ideas and the feedback. So, and also, like, don't feel bad if you're lurking or anything. We love lurkers here. It's always better when it's, when you're interacting, just because that shows the fucking robo douche that decides who sees what, that you give a shit, I guess. I don't know. But a lurker is still, like, first of all, you're not obligated to say shit. If you just want to watch and not participate, that's fucking great. I'm happy with that. So yeah, that's great. People are saying like, oh, I will often watch and just not say much. So great. Yeah, and of course Daniel's watching. It's fucking 3 a.m. where he is right now. Mark Vasquez is lurking also, and thank you for letting me know. I disagree. I'm unsubscribing. Yeah. What are people's thoughts on Axe Effects? Oh man, how much time you got, brother? Okay, good. Well, I feel a lot better about myself right now, or just about everything. So, so thank you guys. Oh shit, and we got Johnny Linton. What's up, dude? The unsubscribing girl came to the stream after a sleep token react. Maybe you need more of those. Well, ask and ye shall receive. I already shot one. That is probably going to go up this week. I got a sponsorship for some sick new headphones, and reaction video is just the easiest and best way to drop one in. And I got to do a funny little skit about the headphones. Axe Effects is great. They're kind of fucking huge now. But I mean, like, you know, they've got some pedal version, like smaller ones, like the. I used to have an AX. What the fuck? It was the older, slightly older floor model called? That thing was pretty cool. The rack mount, like, it's like 3 fucking units. It's so big. And I think it was called the AX8. That's the one. John knows. That thing's awesome. Of course, they have like new ones now. They have like, you know, new versions of it that are. There's like a 3-button one. AX69. Nice. Did we discover that does not work? It doesn't. Well, it did more than nothing. Okay, we got about half of my lights participating. No AI Trey, nothing. All right, well, I got to do some work off of the stream to fix this shit. Okay. I would say these days, like, I have very little use for physical modelers. Axe Effects would not be at the top of my list. Even though it's like, even though they're fucking great, like, what I actually want is the Quad Cortex Mini. Partly because of the form factor, but like, I just, you know, unless you're playing live, I think having a physical modeler is like kind of overkill. And also, like, I'm mainly using plugins, or if I'm gonna use an external thing, I'm using a physical amp, because it's sort of like, I feel like if I'm gonna go to the trouble of reamping, or even just recording and printing the tone, then it might as well be a real amp that I'm using, rather than the pain in the ass of using an external thing. Like, if it's going to be a modeler anyways, I might as well just use a plug-in amp sim. So, but that's not to say that that it's bad. It's just that I don't personally need that. But for live performance, something like that is the shit. I also have a very sophisticated reamp setup that makes it pretty easy for me to do that. Yeah. All right. Ghosts in the Rear View. Jonathan Linton, a 90s REM style song. That's Ghosts in the Rear View. Is that Sean Daniel? Doesn't that look like the side of Sean Daniel's face? Wade, what up? Les étoiles filantes. Filante. Thank you for your submission as well. You will be next. John is undeterred in his quest to make people think that his music is AI by using AI thumbnails. I have been yet unable to convince him. It was really nice. Nice guitar part. Very jangly. A lot of jangle happening here. Damn, we're at over 300,000 streams on our song wave. That's fucking rad. That puts it in the sort of top most popular things I've been a part of, so that's good. Nice tension building pre-chorus. It's a hook. Really ultra clean production. I'm hearing like a touch more rigid pitch correction than I'm used to hearing on your tracks. Nice classic bridge. Oh yeah, little counter melody guitars. Yeah, nice concept. Nice like cohesive lyrical concept. And 90s style is always gonna get me. I mean, like I hate that I would absolutely fall victim to this. There's fucking Finn McKenty posted a like funny thing. I don't remember if it was his or if I think it might have been his, where he was like, if you want like a millennial to go on a rant that will be very amusing and get them like just yapping, ask them if music in the 90s was better. And I was like, God fucking damn it. I won't even notice. I'll be like, yeah, the music in the 90s was just kind of better. Like, you could be weird in rock music and have a career, and there was all this like, they like knew how to write hooks in rock music, and it would be an hour. But I kind of like, I do think that that's largely true in a lot of ways. There's a lot of things that we've improved since then, but I don't know, 90s music still fucks. So I love the style and sound of this. I mean, the production is like, it's so nice. I do think like pull that pitch correction way back. Or maybe not way back, but like loosen it up a lot. Like most of the time when I hear your stuff, I never notice like I don't hear that there's any on there. This is now too much for me. Like it's mostly obvious during the verse when you're singing in your lower range. It feels really stiff, and part of what's great about your voice is how expressive it is. Yeah, you hear that? It's like memories lost in my brain. It's a little too fast. Like it's grabbing it too fast. And that's so if you're gonna continue to use AI thumbnails, which I will continue to tell you not to do, you gotta watch that kind of shit, because it's gonna, like, people are gonna, that's a thing that people will go like, I don't know, this music might also be AI.
I keep both hands on the wheel, and the past takes a back seat.
That's a little awkward. The past takes a back seat. That's the only, I think, the only phrasing thing that felt a little awkward.
Name on a gas station cup. Old hurt keeps coming up.
I don't know. I wasn't really paying that close attention to that part.
Every exit got a little older.
Colder and older is kind of a link to mine.
And the chrome water left behind still finds me home. Ghosts in the rear view. Ghosts in the rear view. They then been pulled through. Ghosts in the rear view.
Nice subtle harmonies.
Driving on, but they don't move on.
I guess you did also rhyme on and on. I keep driving on, but they don't move on. Is that what you said?
On the dash. That old life gone too fast. I swore I was clean and free. Then your shadow crossed my street.
I mean, I think these are also automatically generated, so these are probably not quite right. I'm gonna turn them off,
I
actually.
see faces in the lane lines.
The lyrics are right here, and I didn't even think to look.
Hard times, and I can feel it when the engine rolls wide up very deep still. Follows close.
I like that popping up the octave right there. That's great.
Ghosts in the rear view. They
I want to hear that again.
I can feel it when the engine rolls wide up very deep still. Follows close.
I have a tendency to sort of like slowly make my melodies go up and up until they hit that, you know? Instead of doing a big pop up like that, but that's because I'm not as good of a singer as you are, and like, yeah, that hits. Oh, it's doing old comments again. That's so fucking weird. Stephen Knapp something asked if I thought about doing full album critiques for like $100. I saw that suggestion earlier and I did not respond, and now the fucking the comment thing that I have, the chat window is like, did you see this comment that he made, bro? I don't know. Well, I think the problem is that somebody could be like, here's my 17-track album, and then it'll take me 2 hours to get through it. So I would have to charge a lot more than that, I think. Also, it would, it would dominate the whole stream. What I actually do is sometimes I do what's it called? I do private consulting basically. Like, if somebody wants to do basically this, but one-on-one, and just pay me hourly, I've done that a good bit. And I usually charge $200 an hour, and that's pretty fun. Did I tell you guys I think I figured out that I actually did one of those with the guy who sent in the AI song to the songwriting, to the Roll for Songs stream? I like went back through, I like opened up my little notes and I was like, oh my God. I had Aaron C for one of these? I think I might have done that. It might have been a coincidence in name, but I don't know. So it's possible that I have looked this man in the eyes and given him a lot of feedback on his tracks. And then called him a piece of shit in a video. Oh well. It's just a ghost in the rear view at this point. I really like the concept of this track. Like, ghosts in the rear view. Like, remember earlier I was talking about like a nice pithy phrase that sums up an idea with a small, dense, like combination of words. Like, these, to me, those are the kinds of little golden nuggets that you're looking for when you're writing a song. Like, I try to find as many of those as I possibly can within the concept that I'm going for. Like, that to me sums up all of this. Like, it says the whole idea in 4 words. You didn't even need to write a verse. You didn't even need to write any other lyrics. That's not true. You could say, like, I keep driving along, but they don't move on. Just so that it's not, on and rhyming on with on. So your language in the lyrics is a lot of car stuff. So you're setting up the visual, the concept really well, right? That's great. Tail lights, hands on the wheel, back seat, gas station cup, mile, every exit, glass and chrome, rear view, dash, street, rust in the a love like rust in the frame, still eating out my name. That's not the first thing I think of. Lane lines, yeah. Engine, road, yeah, mile by mile. Yeah. So that's you know, that's like a clutch way to go about anything. Like when you do anytime you do your like, you know, initial word dump, if you're using the Trey Xavier method of writing lyrics, where you just vomit a bunch of words related to the topic, you know, building this kind of a vocabulary to work off of is like always going to make your song way more cohesive lyrically, right? So all of the imagery, you're building the imagery of the song to set the scene. You don't want to feel like you're just cramming in just those kinds of words just to cram them, you know? Like it's gotta work. But it's a great place to start. So, that is maybe a little too loud of a kick drum. I don't know. Because it's like, I might be being too critical. Because I didn't really notice it before. And it feels really good. Very punchy. The chorus on the lead guitar. Subtle. That's a nice little melody. Yeah, nice, man. Like, felt like I was nitpicking a little bit. Just a lot of little things, I think. All right. See you later, Daniel. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely be. I'll definitely be here next week. I say that without looking first. Yeah. I mean, so hopefully with a variety of the old exciting things on the stream. Ooh. All right. Les étoiles filantes. I don't know how to say that in French. Hours. Song is still a bit of a mess. Didn't expect to show it to anyone today. It might have similar issues to the last one I sent in, so feedback might be redundant. In any case, I'm glad to hear your thoughts, as well as those of the audience. I can't change the structure because it's a cover, but anything else is fair game. This is a cover, very simple folk song rendered with more anger. Okay. So you so you're the one who sent in the like French Oh, okay. Oh, you're going to Canada. Oh, have fun, Daniel. Yeah. What you doing in Canada? Oh, little pitchy, just a little. I can turn that up. Little squeeze box melody gives it a little bit of a central flair. At least I think that's what I was hearing, an accordion of some kind. Man, accordion is like underrated. Oh. What happened there? Sounded like you doubled it up an octave higher, and your intonation or tuning is fucked. But it was a cool solo until then. Yeah, folk melodies are always like pretty fucking catchy. They're usually also like kind of dumb in a way, but they've usually sort of stood the test of time, you know? Yeah, the vocals are nicely unhinged. You've got the double of the vocal of too much. Yeah, I tried to play an accordion once, and it's a lot harder than it looks. I thought, like, oh, it's like at least part of it is just a piano keyboard. But it was considerably more difficult than I was expecting. Man, when people fucking shred on the accordion, though, that's awesome. Like, one time I saw, like, a guy brought an accordion to this, like, barbecue thing in, like, a quad at my college or whatever. I think something like that. And he just white hot fire, just like, and I was like, holy shit, I may have underestimated the accordion. It can bring, like, a certain level of corniness depending on the context, but pretty sick. There's a couple spots where you've got some, like, some kind of weird pitch issues, I really like the sort of spirit of this, like the vibe of it, even with kind of, you know, shitty, rough production. I don't know the original song, but this kind of, like, this very sort of rowdy folk, it's got a cool realness to it. So you said you can't change the arrangement or the structure. I don't think that that's true, even with a cover, because, all right, I don't think that you need to necessarily let the original's structure force you to do it exactly the same structure. Like, it's you know, like, especially if it's a folk song, you know, like, folk music arrangements, like, are often very different. I mean, it depends on what folk we're talking about. But, like, you know, a lot of these songs, like, that are, like, hundreds of years old have gone through more changes than any song ever, like any other kind of song, you know, especially because it's not like, okay, for example, a classical piece may be, you know, like, also hundreds and hundreds of years old, but it's, like, set in stone. All of the notes were written, and, like, and the structure of it and everything were written by a composer, and you can't really do it differently. And you could, but it's not going to be changed by time, really, in any really significant ways. But folk music does not have that onus. It doesn't have that, like, that kind of weight. A lot of them, like, aren't even, like, a lot of songs that are folk songs, people don't even know who the author was, like, who the composer is. You know, like, nobody knows who wrote Green Sleeves. So, like, I think you shouldn't have to feel locked into the structure. So, I mean, obviously you're already playing it in, like, this kind of black metal style. I think part of the reason I thought of that is because I didn't notice this intro thing coming back in this form And I really like how it sounds in the beginning here. This sets up a pretty cool vibe, and I feel like that is so squirrely. Tono Noaji kind of nailed it. Well, there's a lot of intro melody before the song kind of starts. But they're all very catchy. I will say that even though the production is a bit shit, it's actually like very glued together, like very, like, you know, very organic sounding in a way, even though I'm pretty sure those are programmed drums, probably. I think it's partly that it's just very dark, and super warm, and like, you know, there's a like, it's very saturated with stuff, and it's actually working pretty well. Like I would describe it as being kind of lo-fi. I think you can pull off this style of production, and it will work very well for this sound. I don't know how to do that better than this. Like, I know that there's probably a lot of ways. I just don't know specifically what that would, like, what it would sound like. Aside from the just tuning your fucking guitar. There's a lot of ways. Okay, right here when all these folk instruments come in, they're kind of overpowering everything. That's gonna take some finagling to make them work better. Yeah, I mean, it all sounds a bit like noisy, kind of, but like the noisiness, like saturation kind of is noise in a way, right? Like if you turn up like distortion, for example, like any kind of distortion, grit, like whatever, you know, you're sort of like, it can, in a way, make things more clear sometimes, or like make them cut through the mix. But you are inevitably adding noise because any signal, you're always raising the noise floor, sometimes a lot. Like, I mean, usually more than like compression or something. But still same principle. But like I said, there's that filling outness that happens. I think a lot of like modern metal production is like about like cleanliness and separation, because that makes, you know, you get the clarity and the punchiness of it, and also that you can deal with each individual element in such a way to like to make them all work together better. And then you sort of have to like artificially add back in that glue, that feeling. And like, I think that's something that you've already got here very naturally. And it could, you know, I think that's like one of those things that's a little bit lost in a way in like very modern super hi-fi production. There's that thing again. Okay. Your rhythm guitar is a lot louder on the left side. I don't know why. Yeah. I actually think you've got a lot of pretty decent variety in your arrangement. Not a lot of these sections have any sort of like sort of space in the rhythm section. Like, you don't have there's a lot of just like either sort of like strummy black metal type of constant 16th notes rhythms, or just like held chords. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but it doesn't feel like there's any spots with like kind of riffs or like sort of more rhythmic figure things. And I think that could be a kind of variation in this pretty long arrangement and structure that could give one of the repetitions of the sections some more you know, a little bit more life and just variation. So yeah, I actually think this, like I said, I think this has a really good attitude, and like it's got the rowdiness that I want from this. It's got the kind of piratitude, you know, that I want from this type of folk metal. And yeah, it's got a lot of things to it that I like. Atona Noaji is talking about how basically that the accordion and the guitar take up a very similar space in the mix, so it's a little hard to make them work together. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of that is going to be the actual arrangement. So like getting them out of each other's register. One advantage that you will always have using like harsh vocals. I think these are like I think there's almost no melodic vocals in this. Is that you don't have to leave room for a vocal melody. 'Cause like I love slathering layers, right? A lot of like, you know, having like a guitar melody thing, like a counter melody along with the lead vocal, and that's awesome. But that's because most of the time I'm singing, and having it, you know, I just gotta like not write them on top of the vocal line. But if there's no pitches in the vocals, you don't have to worry about that really. Like there's always a pitch, but it's, you know, it's not like that. So you can kind of like have your chord inversions or your melody lines on one or the other be in a different octave, so that they're not, so that the guitar and the accordion or whatever other instruments you've got in there, it's a little unclear, aren't, you know, yeah, aren't attacking each other in a way. So, yeah. I don't really know exactly what else this would need, but all of those things will help. Oh. Whoop. All right, room mother. Hope your second cataract surgery goes well. So you can watch me as a pirate again. But I'll see you then. I will be seen by you then. Things that you'll only say if you're blind or a streamer. I'll be seen by you then. Yeah. Anyway, so person whose song this was, I think that's all I got to say about that. I think it's cool. Oof, what time is it? It's almost 7. Yeah. Yes, queen. I think now is a good time to call it a night, unless anybody is scrambling. Oh. Thought Crimes has got one. Thought Crime Collective. Yeah, if you want to drop it in the Nero. I just assumed that there weren't any more. But if you're if you're ready and raring to go, I can do one more. I think the heat takes a lot out of me too, to be honest. It's been really hot. It's still 80 right now, and it's almost 7 o'clock. It's frustrating. Ayo, dude, this one was yours? Oh ho ho! To kill a giant. Like very much. Cool, dude. Yeah. You have no idea what you're doing. You clearly have some idea what you're doing. Let's be honest. All right. Here's Sean. Makeup. Demo 3 headphone mix. Change the key and the drums up, but bit of a rush, so it needs tightening up. Oh. Headphone mix. I like that you have that as a, like, how you say, like you're sandbagging for us a little. You're like, I mixed this on headphones, so keep that in mind.
All the others are just like one and another, so I change lovers like my clothes. You're an exception to that rule. No cliche lyrics, no platitudes. I want you to know I won't be around, so you don't hear the sound of my voice making a choice that you know I can't avoid. Left your makeup on my pillow when we was try to make things work, but then you turn around and say goodbye. Find another to keep me satisfied. You don't have to cry, 'cause all the others are just like one and another. They change their lovers like their clothes. You're the exception to the rule. No cliche lyrics, no platitudes. I want you to know I won't be around, so I don't hear the sound of your
Yeah, that I mean, I'm going to still give you like the critiques that I would have, even though with the understanding that this is not, you know, but that like that lead guitar coming out of the left channel is a cool part, but it's a little ice picky or something. It's whoa. Something about it is really like.
Leave your makeup on my pillow, babe, one more time. It won't work, but it can't hurt today. One more time. Find another disposable lover, and you won't ask why. 'Cause we're just like the others, so like each other. Change our lover like our clothes. We're not the exception, we're the rule. A walking cliche, that's the truth.
Okay. Yeah. So I think So that like big guitar bend thingy is like really cool and super unique sounding and like, whoa. I don't know if it's just because it's very, maybe just because it's very loud in the mix. It's like way more saturated than all of the other guitar sounds, right? And so what winds up happening is like, I mean, there's even, I think, a bit more like ambience on it too. And it sounds really huge, right? Regardless of the actual volume, it's just like, it's like, you know, taking up a lot of nice stereo space. But then everything else is very dry and close. And so there's a very weird thing that's happening when it's there and gone. Where the it feels like you're really fucking with my sense of space, right? Because, you know, you're like, I haven't really like studied psychoacoustics on any real level, but you know, anytime that you're using a delay or a reverb or anything like that, you're sort of like, in a way, tricking your brain into thinking that it's in a room of a certain size, right? Because that's like what we, you know, that's really what reverb is. It's the sound returning to us in nature that happens when it bounces off something that's a certain distance away. And so like, playing with like, that's just something that you kind of have to play with or like consider when you're doing this. So the overall effect that it's having is kind of like this, whiplash. Yeah. Like it sounds really good.
So I changed lovers like my clothes. You're an exception to that.
The alternative is that you could kind of wet everything else up a little bit more.
I want you to know I won't be around, so you don't hear the sound of my voice making a choice that you know I can't avoid. Left your makeup on my pillow when we were trying.
This harmony is a little squirrely at the end here. Another. That note is not. You could probably just stay on the same note, I think. Something. But like, you know, you don't really. I think I'm used to you not having a ton of harmonies on your stuff, so I think more is better. For the most part. I think it might just be the volume, to be honest, of that part. Because the thing is, like, the reverb that's on there does work. Like it's I do think it's just a little too loud. Like just listen. Like listen to this part. We hear this super dramatic, and then it goes away, and we hear the other guitars, and they're like, like, compared to this like big sound, very rinky-tink somehow.
One more time. Find another disposable lover. You won't ask why. 'Cause
I think the other, honestly, the other thing too is that you don't. The second time it keeps going at that part, but the first time, poor guy in the left channel is carrying the whole moment, and it's like a comical contrast. So I think if you bring it down and then don't cut it during that second too, it might actually be fine.
just like the others, so like each other, change our lover like our clothes. We're not the exception, we're the rule. A walking cliche, that's the truth.
Yeah, and a somewhat abrupt ending. But like, you know, it's got a lot of real nice charm to it. And you've got really cool layers of parts of guitars and stuff.
All the others are just like one and another, so I change lovers like my clothes. You're an exception to that rule. No cliche lyrics, no platitudes. I want you to know I won't be around, so you don't hear the sound.
I don't know about that line. Because, like, I want you to know that I won't be around. Like, that makes me go, like, ooh. Like,
I want you to know I won't be around, so you don't hear the sound.
so you don't hear the sound. Maybe, I mean, if you didn't want to change it too much but make it work a lot better is, so you won't have to hear the sound. So you won't have to hear the sound. So you won't have to hear the sound. Would flow better.
Of my voice making a choice that you know I can't avoid. Left your makeup on my pillow and we will try to make things work, but then you turn around and say goodbye.
There's like a little bit of a how you say, a little bit of a nursery rhyminess to your like AABB rhyme scheme. Which is, it's a little, it can be hard to sort of level that up without changing it up. I usually okay, I think you do change it for your chorus, and that's, I think, kind of more important than anything else, to be honest. Like, I almost always change up the rhyme scheme between different sections of the song. I think.
To keep me satisfied, you don't have to cry. 'Cause all the others are just like one and another. They change their lovers like their clothes. You're the exception to the rule. Cliche lyrics, no platitudes. I want you to know I won't be around, so I don't hear the sound of your voice. No choice that I know you can avoid. Leave your makeup on my pillow.
Yeah, and then so I think this is definitely a better key. How much did you wind up going up? From where it was before. First guitar is all the same track, 2 amps, 5 mics, and a DI. Dang. Went up a full step. Okay. Yeah, I think it's good. I think you're just gonna... I think when you're singing it a little more confidently, it will it'll work better. It feels a little like, just feels a bit quickly done, and it feels like you're not you don't quite have it locked in. I mean, man, I do that a lot. Like, it takes me I'm pretty like picky about the details of my melodies and stuff. So I'll like sometimes slave over melodies, even if like 95% of it comes out as I'm writing it, like more or less the first time. I'll get in with the scalpel and like really get it dialed in, and then listen to it a lot, listen to the demo version a lot before I can sing it with a lot of confidence, and I have to, yeah. I mean, I record in like pretty, sometimes comically small chunks for my voice. It's not that bad. I mean, I'm sure you've all seen the video of Billie Eilish and Phineas, like, showing the, like, the comp of, like, 80 different takes for, like, one vocal track. And it's not that bad for me, but like every time that little clip comes up in my feed, the like sheer ignorance of what people like say about it is completely hilariously ridiculous to me. I'm like, yeah, you can act like that's bad, but like, she sold fucking millions of copies of this, and obviously something about the way she did it, like, were the right choices to make in the studio in the moment, Now I'm like very much closer to the other side. I mean, you guys may have seen me tracking vocals at some point on stream. I remember there was one night I was trying to nail something down while recording on a stream. And I did this fucking part over and over and over again until there was nobody left watching. Like, I think it's kind of not enjoyable to watch somebody tracking vocals. But like, man, the number just kept going down and down and down. But I was like, I'm gonna get it right. I'm doing it right. We're not leaving here. And it was like kind of late at night. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, now I'm kind of like, I mean, it depends on what I'm doing, but I don't usually, if I'm doing a songwriting stream, which I haven't done really in a while, I mean, aside from the Fires in Time one, I'm just not going to try and get final takes. But mostly it's like I'll do like full takes of a verse, and then if anything just doesn't sound like it should for whatever reason, I'll punch a line or a word. Mostly the hard part is making it sound like it's not comped. Like, you don't want to hear the cut. And in order to do that, usually you can't just actually sing one word because it'll be obvious. So you have to sing the word before it and after it at least. But the benefit is mostly actually breath control, I find. You know, like getting the power in like in the right spots, you know. And then people are always like, well, what about when you do it live? You can't pull it off live. I just fuck live. I don't give a shit. I want to make the best possible recording that I can. You usually record vocals as an afterthought. Yeah, you don't want to do that. I mean, I understand that it's like, you know, you gotta, you're doing full big ass arrangements. You're playing all the instruments. But I mean, you're like, you know, you do everything pretty well. But your voice to me is like standout. So, Jim Winters, what up? I have taken lessons. I mean, I took lessons for years, for like 5 years, every week, pretty much, with a teacher, at the school where I worked, in person. So I was teaching at the school, and then once a week I would just have my lesson at whatever time. You know, it's like, it's expensive. Of course, to do that much for that long. I took a few lessons with Metal Mary Z. That's for like screaming stuff mostly. But I mean, there's all kinds of free, you know, free resources that will help. But yeah, taking some lessons with someone who knows what they're doing is good IRL. Do I think online lessons or courses are worth it? Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, with the understanding that you have to be going for something specific, you know? So in between taking Mary's fry screaming course and just watching a bunch of YouTube videos of like other screaming instructors, I have been like making serious headway on my fry screaming. And but that's all on this very solid basis of now 10 plus years. Well, let's see. Probably like, maybe close to 15 years of singing, 5 years at least of weekly lessons and a good bit of practice. So I'd already had this solid foundation, and then I was able to, so I'm not going to hurt myself. I know like more or less what I'm doing, and I would, and so like especially like when they're talking about certain things, I understand what's more or less what's going on. So, I think if you can do some in-person lessons with a real teacher, even just a local person, I think it's like probably better before you were to do like an online thing. I mean, I think an online lesson, like a Zoom type of lesson, will be like probably 90% as good as an in-person one. A lot of it though is like, like they can actually like correct your posture and stuff. But also like the immediacy of doing it in person. Like, I don't know, like online lessons always like it's good because then you're not just stuck with the pool of whoever happens to be in your area. But also it's less, I really don't like it as much, but I don't know. And you can try a couple different people, and I'm going to say basically what I said to Paulo about buying a guitar. Like, if you can do research until the end of time, but until you actually hold the thing in your hands and try it, like it's all there's a hard limit to how useful that is, or like thinking about it or whatever. Like, you just gotta kind of like try a couple, yeah, it'll get a little expensive, but like I think it's super fucking worth it, especially because you've already got like your voice is like, your voice, just your raw instrument is super beautiful. Like you and it's really unique, and it just feels like you need a lot of like technical things that will help you get it out in a more consistent way, and be able to maybe expand your range a little bit. And a lot of that is just the breath support. And there's a lot of things that a teacher will tell you that is not at all intuitive stuff. You just can't learn just from doing it. I if you can do it, then you should. Like, I wish I could take more voice lessons, like another thing on the list of things that I wish I had time to do. I mean, I think everybody should take lessons, if, at least at some point in their life, because it's like, if you are going to actually sing and be the lead singer of something, like sing your own material, it's number one, right? Like, all the other stuff for the average listener is like backup. You ever heard somebody who's like not a musician, like somebody's mom, talk about the band of like they always say like, oh yeah, he's like backup. He's the backup drummer in the band. I'm always like, ugh. That's that. Ugh. Now I'm not saying that that's your audience exactly, like, but just, you know, non-musicians, and like, it's ultra important, but at the same time, like, they don't, like, most people who are going to hear your music aren't hearing, like, they're not as able to like pick out individual instruments, but 100% of the time they will pick out the voice, and like, and they're listening for that, you know. It's kind of like your nose, like it's right there in the middle of your face. There's, that might be a bad example. Maybe it's your face on your body. Like, people are going to see whatever your face is first, probably. I don't know. I don't have a good metaphor for this. It's just like the singer in a band. They're the front. Anyway, so yeah, all that to say, singing important. Singing good. Everybody likes singing. Good singer, good. Big sunglasses, cool band. All right. With that, I will close the submissions. And call it an evening. So I'm going to, oh man, I don't want to say this now and then next week be standing here saying the same thing again, but I'm gonna try to bring back a lot of the features of the old stream. I'm going to talk to the Nero guy and see if it's possible to get some kind of thing with the notifications and the money so that I can get them on screen. And if not, we might just go back to the direct donations. I am going to have to fix all of that on this computer too, though. So that's the other thing. Okay. I have to make sure that everything works. And the flashing lights and AI Trey and all of that stuff. Okay. Break. There's 4 people we'll raid. We'll raid with 4. Who we got? So get on the Twitch. If you want to raid. Who we got? Who's doing a cool thing? I've never seen any of these people before. Somebody named Gore Massacre. Wow. Not a. All right. Rocksmith and Chill. All right. Shep Gold. Music chat and original and cover songs. This guy's got a really wild looking spot. Maybe not. That doesn't look that cool. All right, this guy's doing Rocksmith. Cool. Usually if I rate a Rocksmith rater, they'll let me submit my own song, like a song to play, and so we're going to do that. Okay. Here we go. Neo Crows. All right. I'll see you all next week. We got 3 people ready to raid. Somebody left. All right. Have yourselves a lovely weekend. Here comes the raid!
Searching for something new. Subaru.
It's okay. Bye.